Good evening. I would like to welcome everyone and call this regular meeting of the Loveland Board of Education to order at 6:05 p.m. And I'd like to ask Mr. Hawley for a roll call.
Mr. Jarvis.
Please mark Mr. Jarvis as absent.
Dr. Lorenz.
Here.
Ms. Pettit.
Here.
Mr. Portune.
Here.
Mrs. Washburn.
Here.
So we have 4 members present. And the first item would be to adopt the agenda for the meeting. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll move.
I'll second, and
I
then
heard Mr. Portune and then Mrs. Washburn to move and to second. Is there any discussion about the agenda?
There have been no changes since it was published.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Hawley, can we vote on that?
Dr. Lorenz.
Yes.
Ms. Pettit.
yes.
Mr. Portune.
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn.
Motion carried. I would like to welcome all our guests. We have several administrative guests as part of the Zoom meeting. And then our public guests are participating via a YouTube streaming of the meeting. This is the current practice, according to House Bill 197, that we are conducting the meeting online and that it is being streamed live. We are not currently archiving video based on board policy concerning closed captioning and ADA requirements, but the video is live now on YouTube, and so we welcome all our guests there. I would invite you to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I have asked Mrs. Washburn to please, and it looks like perhaps Hannah is going to help her lead the Pledge of Allegiance, so if you would all listen to that. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, Eileen and Hannah Washburn. I will note now that the board agenda is available on board docs. If you go in through lovelandschools.org, that's where the board agenda resides. And you will see that there are board reports listed. Those reports are in board docs for viewing. We will move into committee updates, but before we start committee updates, I would like to give a short communications presentation. I would like to let the board know that since our last meeting, we've received about a dozen emails. Those have mostly been concerned with communications. And so I have received a few that have asked for communication and I have responded. I have not heard responses from all of those, but I have responded to those emails. We had a couple of emails concerning sports fees, and I believe that will be addressed in this evening's board agenda. We've had several emails with questions regarding pretty specific financial questions. Some of those may be treated in reports or resolutions this evening. Some may not be able to be treated in detail due to contractual obligations. There were some questions concerning open checkbook, and I believe that will be addressed in the treasurer's report this evening. I have also received emails regarding the dissemination of a video of an April 6th test of the electronic system for producing and conducting and recording virtual board meetings. Those board meetings are necessitated and made legal by the current pandemic and House Bill 197. The April 6th session was a test of technology conducted to be certain that all board members could access platforms, participate in such a virtual meeting, and understand all procedures needed to conduct meetings. No official board meeting was scheduled on April 6th, and no actions or votes were taken. I would like at this time to take the opportunity to offer a sincere apology for conversation on April 6th that included comments meant in a humorous tone, but upon examination could be seen to be an example of behavior that does not reach the level of professionalism that I strive to maintain. I do apologize for any such conversation and for any offense that was taken. I do sincerely tell you that I am sorry about that conversation. I have received one other communication today, which I will read to you. It is addressed to me and to the Loveland Board of Education. It says, it is from Mr. Art Jarvis, and it says, "It is with great regret that I submit my resignation from the Loveland City Schools Board of Education effective immediately. Believing that a school district is the heart of a community, my sole hope and desire was to help an amazing community continue to build on its successes and improve on the education of our greatest asset. Unfortunately, at this time, I believe my position on the board is a deterrent to that goal and hope that this resignation will redirect us back onto a path that provides our children with an education that allows them to excel in any endeavor they choose. While I take great pride in the successes over the past 8 years, it is important to acknowledge the incredible people who are the real drivers of this success: our teachers, administrators, and staff. These people have worked tirelessly to provide an atmosphere that allows the whole child to flourish. Whether it be academics, arts, or athletics, our children have grown immensely in a culture of care, innovation, and respect. All of you deserve our utmost respect and gratitude. After a period of healing, hard work, and communication, I have no doubt that this community will continue on its path of success. As always, I have complete faith in this community. To you and the Loveland community, I wish nothing but the best. Sincerely, Art Jarvis." I'm very sorry to have to read that letter. It came not too long ago. And I simply would like to state at this point that it is with great appreciation for the years of service for Mr. Jarvis that we receive and accept this letter. I'm hoping that in the near future, there will be an opportunity to congratulate Mr. Jarvis for his service and wish him well in future endeavors. I will mention to the board that I believe regulations state that the board will do nothing concerning an open position. There's a 10-day waiting period, and then there's a 30-day period in which the board would need to appoint a representative to the board to fill Mr. Jarvis's seat. So I would suggest that the board discuss at its next meeting steps that will be taken concerning this position. But again, I thank Mr. Jarvis. I wish him well. And I am very sorry to have read that letter. That's my communication. Unless there are any questions, I would suggest that we move forward to board committee reports. Okay, I see first policy committee. There is no policy committee update, but there is a meeting scheduled. It will be a virtual meeting scheduled for May 6th. Mr. Portune, do you have anything to add to that? I think you might be muted, Mr. Portune.
I'm looking.
There you are.
Interesting. Am I here now? Sorry about that.
Yes,
Okay, that's very odd. I didn't touch anything.
it's magic.
It is magic. No, so what I was mouthing in mime there was, no, I had no additional updates
right.
for policy.
Thank you. Is there a facilities committee update?
That would be me. John addressed the attic dry system sprinkler at the LMS building. He's spoken to us about replacing some of the pipe up in the attic. And he is looking to, he's working on a project to replace that pipe within the next 6 to 12 months. Down in the LES, the wing, the rooftop air conditioner unit, 2 of them were installed back when it was built in 1995. Engineering work is being completed and is estimated to be about $125,000 for replacement. The cooling tower repair. The reality of it is 19,000 to repair a 20-year-old piece of equipment. So he is now pursuing a project to replace the tower, and the bid package should be ready sometime in May.
Is that the report?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Any questions for Michelle?
Nope.
Okay, seeing none, is there a finance committee update?
That was me also, but I think Kevin will probably address all that tonight.
Okay, thank you. And a student experience committee meeting was held on April 21st, and their next meeting is May 11th. Is there a report from Mr. Portune or Mrs. Washburn?
Yeah, we can kind of tag team here, Ned, if you want.
Okay.
We heard from some of the great math leaders in the district, Todd Lighthall, Abby Beach, and Katie at the high school. And they have been, for the past year, looking at different math curriculum, and they presented their findings to us, because moving forward, it's always been in the plan that that's the final step in our 5-year curriculum adoption. And they presented to us the programs that they thought were best, along with their reasons why, especially because our current license is expiring and the online components will no longer be available for our current resources.
So during their presentation, they presented to us across all of the schools and the grade levels what they had been investigating for through their adoption process, how each of the programs through the different schools were, added to continuity across the programs.
Vertically aligned.
Vertical alignment.
Vertical alignment, thank you. And so they were all chosen very specifically with that in mind, as well as in light of not just current environment, but environment where remote learning is part of activities, systems, and curriculum which give you the opportunity to have immediate feedback with students. So some of the online pieces of this were very important, and presented, it was a ton of very good work that they have spent the past year really investigating, knowing that our current licensing was timing out, that Pearson was not going to be supporting all of the pieces of it that we had, even if we had wanted to move forward and renew. And the good thing from a fiscal standpoint is where they were able to get with this was $90,000, which was about, I think, 22% under what had been in our budget for this curriculum. So, all of that seems to be very much of a win-win on the implementation for this. So much more integrated program, better student feedback, better content and curriculum for the teachers, as well as significantly under the budget that we had planned. I think those are all, very good outcomes of this, and a lot of hard work across all grade levels that went into this. So that was my takeaway.
Yeah, in addition to the savings, they also got a lot of extras thrown in there as well. So it sounds like they had some good negotiating skills that they utilized. And then one of the many things that really stood out to me about the programs they selected too is that they made sure that there was a program to help some of the struggling students so they could rise up. There were some programs to help challenge students. There's just something for everybody. Then we spent some time listening to Mr. Dool talk to us about what is being done just to help the mental health and social emotional needs of children and families in the district. So there's some really great work going in there as well.
Yep.
Okay, great. Any questions? I think there will be opportunity to talk a little bit about the math adoption a little later when it is presented for first reading. It will not be approved this evening, but it is being presented for the first reading. If there's nothing else from board committee reports, I think we'll move to student representative reports. And I have Anna down first. Is that correct? Who's going to go first? Anna,
That's fine with me.
Sounds good.
is that okay?
Hello. Yes, can everybody see and hear me all right?
Is that Anna? I can see you.
I think I'm having some issues with my Wi-Fi. I can fix them if Keller wouldn't mind going first.
Oh
All
yeah,
right.
for sure.
All right, then we'll switch to Keller. There we go. Hi,
All right.
Keller.
So at LIS, they've been working hard to connect with all of their students during this remote learning time and making sure that all of their students' needs are met. This has been a unique way of teaching and learning for all of Loveland City School District. Both continued feedback, we are adapting to make this situation as best as possible for students and teachers. Content teams are working together to create many lesson videos and schedule Google Meet sessions for students as they work on their assignments. The Loveland Intermediate Schools Building Leadership Team is continuing to work on many projects, including a virtual tour for incoming fifth graders, virtual field day for current LIS students, virtual awards / recognitions for end of the year for current LIS students, locker clean out for current LIS students, electronic feedback from parents for class placements for incoming fifth graders. Mr. Collier would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the student body and all of the staff for their hard work during this time. There has not been a time where he has been more proud to lead such a great group of kids and staff. LMS has been having great efforts being made by the LMS staff and student body engaging in remote learning. There's been great support from LMS families engaging in remote learning. LMS is working on virtual end of the year awards and celebrations. LMS is also collaborating with staff and parents to make sure all of the LMS Tigers are being taken care of. At the high school, they have been working through tons of options and sites for graduation that align with the ODH, ODE, and governor guidelines. A full commencement exercise cannot occur within those guidelines. Dr. Krause will share the current plan for the commencement that meets guidelines and keeps our students and community safe. Difficult decisions and time for the class of 2020 and families. We are trying to honor and celebrate everything we can. Prom that was scheduled for Music Hall on May 16th is canceled. We had hoped to have a celebration picnic and dance on Tiger Turf at some point late in June, but this will most likely not be a possibility. AP testing is going to be occurring online at home. It will be only 1 to 2 free response questions. Students will have 45 minutes. It will be open note and based on less content than normal. Military virtual signing recognition will go live on social media tomorrow. Athletic spring signings were done virtually as well. Valedictorian, salutatorian, and top 10 will be recognized on May 1st with the presentation of the yard sign at their home from a safe distance. Photos will be taken and put out on social media. Senior awards will go live on social media on the original date scheduled for May 13th. Remote learning, a lot of teachers are using Google Meet classes, pre-recorded videos, live sessions, weekly plans, and office hours. Survey results with Dr. Krause. Teachers are working very hard. Students and parents seem very appreciative. Staying connected with students, LHS is reaching out regularly to the students who are struggling. Children's home services are occurring through televisits. Officer Moore helps with home visits when he's on the road as well. Some teachers are making home visits by waving from the sidewalks. Upcoming events that you might want to attend, well, these are all online, but Please watch social media for all the coverage of student activities, awards, and the moments of celebration. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Keller. Now, how's it going, Anna?
I think it's better.
Okay.
Okay. So at LECC, their Tiger Cubs and LECC team has done a great job of responding to the remote learning situation that they find themselves in. As a building and as a district, we talk about being resilient, we work on real-world problem-solving skills, and we focus on being empathetic collaborators and being innovators. And COVID-19 has forced us to do all of these things and to figure out how to do them well virtually. Based on survey data and family responses, LECC is doing a good job of supporting families and ensuring learning continues remotely. The survey parent feedback from LECC is that 98% of LECC families feel supported and say that their teachers are accessible for questions and support is needed. 94% of families are satisfied with the amount of work being provided. 90% of our families are able to access the materials and resources that are provided. 95% of LECC families are happy with the amount of communication they receive from their teacher. Here are just some quotes that LECC would like to share. The teachers have been outstanding during this difficult time, easily accessible and communicative, but not overly so. We also enjoy the morning announcements. LECC has continued our expectations and will continue to do so. All of the teachers have been great for LECC. Thanks for all of your help. The principal of LECC has called around 350 families to date to celebrate their children, and they will continue to call families throughout the remote learning process. Be sure to check out the Tiger Cubs on YouTube. You can still hear them roar. At LEPS, the teachers have been working hard to build new routines and structures while providing remote learning opportunities for students. They've been working collaboratively in-house and with colleagues from other buildings to refine and improve their work. Recently, they started to transition into new learning tied directly to the standards they traditionally cover in the spring. They've been working hard to better understand how students and families are interacting with their remote instruction and practice activities. They've collected more feedback in order to understand and improve as they continue to plan, refine, and create pathways for their young tigers. That survey information is that nearly 90% of families shared the amount of work for their tigers was just right. 90% shared the assistance needed for their child to complete remote learning tasks was either manageable, less assistance than usual, or their child completed assignments independently. 99% felt that teachers were readily accessible to answer questions and provide needed support. 97% felt like the communication was just right. LPS is committed to supporting all families and to created personalized learning plans as needed for any students who didn't agree with the just right amount of work or for students who required more assistance than what was manageable for the family. Upcoming events at LPS include drive-through pickup for families on May 4th and May 5th. At LES, they could not be more proud of the work their teachers are doing during this unprecedented time in their world. When asked to recreate their teaching in a completely new way, they absolutely rose to the challenge. During this time of distance learning, LES has worked hard to create some normalcy for students and families. One way they're doing that is by recording their morning announcements and sending them each day to the students. LES students are also submitting jokes to Mrs. Foran to have read each day, and they are providing a counselor message once a week. Birthdays are being announced, and they are also saying the Pledge of Allegiance each day with a celebrity guest announcer. LES also implemented a classroom level survey to gain insight and feedback for the continuation of distance learning and to guide teachers in their instructional planning. In third grade, when asked if they think the work each day was easy to access and understand, 98% of third grade students said yes, and 98.2% of fourth grade students also said yes. For the second question, was your child able to complete work with limited support? 48% said yes in the third grade and 58% said yes in the fourth grade. When asked the third question, was the amount of work just right? 86% answered yes in third grade and 88% answered just right in fourth grade. That is all.
That's all. Thank you very much, Keller and Anna. It was nice to have you come and give your reports to us this time. Are there any comments or questions from board members?
There's a lot that's still going on, that's for sure. So thank you for your reports.
Yes, thank you. I did notice that about the only thing we can't do virtually is the locker clean out. So we seem to be doing quite a bit virtually. In my household, in my grader household, there's a kindergartner, a 7th grader, and a 9th grader. And I can just tell you that the virtual learning involves a lot more bouncing and jumping for the kindergartner than for the 7th grader and the 9th grader. So it's kind of fun to see. Anything else?
The morning announcements have been very, very impressive each day, and the highlight, I don't know who Miss Foreign is hanging out with, but she seems to know all sorts of NFL players. Cool.
Great.
She is far for the other principals, I know. She said Marty Brenneman, yeah, all kinds of famous people. Before we end our students' reports, I would like to say that we do have a 2020 graduate here with us tonight. Keller is part of our graduating class, and normally we would be thanking Anna and Keller, you know, for their service and shaking their hands and have some gifts for you. But right now it's a hey. So, you know, we'll do that formally, but, you know, we do definitely want to say thank you to both of you. In particular, thank you and congratulations to Keller for her year of service and for graduation.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Keller, where are you off to?
I'm going to Ohio State.
Congratulations. To study
Journalism.
journalism. Oh, excellent.
Or student literature or children's literature.
Yes.
That would be my
Very good. Some would say that those two are the same right now.
Keller and a partner participated in a Teacher Prep Academy contest in Columbus, and she and her partner's children's literature about service dogs and therapy dogs in schools, or in multiple places, but in schools, was fabulous. So I like to brag on her literature skills.
Very cool.
Great.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. I will let you know if you, as we usually do, if you don't stay for the rest of the meeting, that is fine. You can find us on YouTube if you leave this portion of the meeting. But thank you, as Dr. Krause said, thank you so much for your service for us.
It's good to see your faces.
All right. I think then we move on in our agenda to discussion topics, and we start with superintendent updates. Dr. Krause.
Thank you, Dr. Lorenz. I would like to go back to the beginning of the meeting and appreciate you sharing about the test video. And I too would like to apologize for my tone and some of my word choice that could easily be construed as disrespectful. And I understand, particularly as a role model and one who leads students, to be to be held to a higher standard, and I am embarrassed by that, and I apologize for that. But like with our children, we talk about being reflective and owning your behavior and saying you're sorry, and that's part of life, and making mistakes and making amends and moving forward. So while that behavior was certainly not role model behavior, I hope that my apology and acknowledgement does demonstrate that we all do make mistakes. So with that, I'll move on to my discussion topics. The first one I would like to address is the failure of the March levy, which is March, May. Certainly that was a disappointing result. I want to make sure that I personally thank all of the volunteers who worked on the campaign and supported us as we tried to make that need understood. Their support and work was amazing, and I am greatly appreciate that personally. But clearly we have additional work to do here in the district to be better partners in our community and financially. So we will start to implement the cuts that we identified back when I think in February is when we posted those. We will start implementing those cuts, started doing that work yesterday and today. We'll have resolutions for the board at the next meeting. We'll continue to work on expenditures, reducing expenditures in the budget. of course, our primary concern right now is adjusting to world in the pandemic. So those are all big things that we need to work on, and we will do those things. So I stay committed to the work that we have, committed to the programs and to what we deliver to students, but committed to make that work in this community. Does anyone have any questions about that?
Well, I have more of, I guess, a comment than a question, which is, certainly we identified these cuts months ago that would be necessary with the failure of the levy. And my, I guess, comment, question, concern is, it is certainly a different world today than it was a few months ago, and the outlook into next year, into the 2021 school year, is different. And so are we kind of re-checkpointing our cuts and expenditures in light of that to make sure that these still are in line with anything that might change, because of that? Just asking that, that question. Are we finding that, things may need to be tweaked in other areas?
Certainly, because we're not exactly sure how next year will look. It's hard to predict too much. I think what we are trying to do is make sure that we remain flexible, to make sure that we maintain the staff in some capacity that can help us be responsive to changing, to being remote, to making sure that we'll be able to keep the buildings clean and safe, assuming we're able to come back into the buildings at some point. So I think that, and maybe I'm not answering your question, but I think that what we're trying to do is, how do we make sure that we have the people that can do multiple things and be flexible to adjust to whatever comes our way next fall?
So, yeah, I think that that's addressing it. I just didn't know if there was anything, formal, or if anyone else had comments on, do we think there needs to be any kind of relook at anything in terms of what was identified currently? Just, does it make a difference in where we are accommodating, remote learning or even kind of hybrid learning?
We certainly have talked as an administrative team. We felt like it was important to make the cuts that had been identified. We worked with the principals to make sure those still made sense moving forward and have those conversations. Of course, within decision-making moving forward, if somebody's role needed to be switched from one thing to another in order to accommodate that, we would need to look at that. The conversations we've had in preparation of, preparing for what we don't know, is how can we do those things cost neutrally, so that we wouldn't be adding additional staff, we would be reallocating to serve those needs. And we feel like that the cuts that were identified and the movement forward on that still allows us that flexibility to do that should we need to in the fall.
Anything else? Okay.
Right, I'll go on to team successes, which, as I'm looking at my list and I'm like, check, check, check. Anna and Keller pretty much covered my report with all the things that have been going on, including the learning activities and the celebration activities that the girls shared. Food service continues to serve meals in partnership with Nest, and they're approaching 30,000 meals at this point for what they've been able to do with their volunteer and with our food service staff. Next week, the tech team is ready to launch a repair exchange opportunity or service. that they've got that worked out with no contact and put their safety protocols in place for handling materials from one another and masks. They've got it all set up in the front lobby. So they'll be ready to implement some additional support for families if they have need tech support. And on Tuesday, we did have Hazel Cole Kendall Day in the district. Hazel on Tuesday celebrated her 100th birthday. And as far as the family can tell, and we've certainly not heard any different, Hazel is the oldest living Loveland High School graduate. She graduated from Loveland High School in 1938. I wasn't able to find a 1938. Between the high school and in our archives, we have all kinds of yearbooks. And I found her freshman yearbook. I found a picture of her in her freshman class in 1935, and 36, 37, 38, nowhere to be found. We pick them back up at 39, but unfortunately we didn't have those, so I couldn't share those with the family. But it was fun to have that virtual celebration for her. The teams have worked really hard. We get a lot of emails and suggestions about how we can recognize our graduates, which is the highest priority at the high school. But the celebrations and fun things that are going on to connect kids and teachers and families across the district has just been fun to watch. There's the things that teachers are doing, but the number of parades that are going through and giving virtual birthdays and staying connected in that way. It's been fun to be a part of that and watch that happen with our classroom teachers. We work best when we get the energy of the little people with us. And so it's hard when we speak out into the universe and we don't know what kind of reaction we're getting from the kids. You can't see their eyes, you can't see the spark light up. And those are the things that feed us. So it's been fun to watch everybody learn and work together. Lots to celebrate. And next week is Write to Read Week. So I'm sure there'll be activities going on with classrooms, but it's also Teacher Appreciation Week. That's a week where typically our parent-teacher organizations and our administrators try to do nice things for the teachers, make sure they get chocolate delivered to their door or nice cards from their families and from their colleagues. So it's a little more challenging to do that virtually. So I do encourage everyone to next week, especially send your teacher a note, have your child draw a picture, or if you're an older child, you write a note to your teacher and appreciate how hard that was to do the work, but they're also sad too. As hard as it was for you to walk away and miss the end of the year, that's how teachers are feeling too. So if you get a chance, appreciate your teacher next week. That'd be great. We can appreciate Mrs. Washburn, who is currently a teacher, so we can celebrate that too.
Thank you.
As we do wrap up the year, and Keller and Anna talked about a lot of these things too, we have implemented a way for people to come pick up their stuff, students to get the rest of their things out of the building, and we'll be doing a drive-through. We're gathering those things up, tagging them, and put those in people's trunks when they come through, and we get that schedule out to people. Some principals have sent that schedule out. The other ones are finishing that up. We put plans in place, and we have to get approval to make sure that they're meeting all those guidelines. So sometimes we make decisions and then have to back off on those as we continue to learn more about the virus and people adjust the protocols. We're trying to keep up with that. The hope is that by getting some of the student supplies out and teacher classrooms cleaned up, that's going to give maintenance and cleaning staff a head start on summer. So they're hoping to get classrooms cleaned much earlier than they would have normally, so that this summer they can do some major projects, waxing the floors. There are things that are really challenging to get done in the hot months because of the wax. And there's also challenges of getting things done. Waxing takes a long time. By the time you do the different layers, teachers are always anxious to be in the classrooms and around. So we have to keep people out during that time. We really feel like this is going to be a time for a good deep clean and some chance to get some repairs done that have to be done in a hurry, often in the summer in short blocks of time. So that'll be a silver lining and a great way to do some cleanup, so spring cleaning in our facilities. So that'll is what they'll be doing. We're working on protocols to transition back into our offices. So the governor has posted the protocols for behavior in an office. The school districts, there's lots of people working in the school district as essential personnel. So we will need to implement the current guidance to make sure that what they're currently doing meets the guidance. One of the other slowdowns we have in that is, making sure that people have enough access to their own cleaning supplies to clean their own workspace. We'll of course clean every night, but one of the protocols is to make sure that the employee themselves has the opportunity to clean multiple times during the day. And it is, I was telling teachers today that as odd as it felt when everything closed down and we all had to leave and pack up our things, and there were those few days that it seemed surreal, and now we're getting into a rhythm. The coming back into is also feeling that way and remembering to wear the mask, and it's awkward, and socially, it's just going to take some time to get used to, and walking in and distancing. It'll take a while to just adjust, when people get back. And as we're working on those protocols in our office, we want to be able to roll out a schedule of this is when the offices will be open. Once we can make sure that we can put all those procedures in place. Does anyone have any questions about how we're closing up the year or reopening the board offices?
So I do, because it's question time for me tonight, apparently. So the high school did send out guidance, I know, on locker clean out, pickup, and book return. However, a couple things it didn't mention were tech turn-in. So if you have Chromebooks, when do you do that? Because as an example, seniors, their book turn-in is May the 8th, which is before the end of their actual school year, which is May the 15th, as well as I know a lot of those students then have online AP tests to take that they may need those devices for. So I don't know if there's another communication that will come out in general about tech. And then just another kind of question in general is, when do student accounts, for example, their Gmail accounts, especially I know for seniors, this is important, having experienced this before, where they were unaware of when their accounts would be disabled, and they may have had things, they may have had Adobe licenses that were because their school provided, so they have files that are saved under certain things, or or Gmail files that they want access to, and once they graduate and their accounts are gone, their accounts are gone. So I think that's an important thing certainly to notify as well, but I don't know if there's timing on either one of those items yet.
I can't speak to the email. I'm sure that David can. I will tell you that yes, there'll be further communication. We're trying to combine trips with any things we need to get back from the seniors with cap and gown collection. So we're trying to be efficient and combine some trips on that. So further communication will come on that.
So cap and gown is also, I think, is May the 13th, which is again before a lot of the AP stuff. So yeah,
I'll make sure Peggy knows. I know Peggy's watching right now, so
yeah,
note that, Peggy. We'll make sure she does. David, do you want to address the Gmail?
Yeah, so typically Gmail, as with the rest of the Google account information, Google Drive and all of that, is typically turned off at the end of the full school year. So first part of June typically is when those emails typically deactivate. And typically through the end of the school year also, communication goes out with regards to Google Takeout, which is basically how all that information within the Google account would be released. And then as far as the Adobe accounts and those types of things, the same is true with those things as well, as those all go back through the Google account for single sign-on purposes. So that should be coming out soon. We'll do the Chromebooks as seniors are returning the rest of their things. Will also return their devices if that's what they're doing with them. And that'll all kind of be lock and step with the rest of that process.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if for seniors, because it's different this year, a lot of them are taking AP classes, which are happening towards the end of May after a lot of this, and it might be their tech device now that they need to take the online AP.
Yeah. Well, and I think that as Amy was alluding to earlier, it's all about flexibility with things this spring, right? So as students need those machines longer, they're absolutely able to hold on to that. If it's more convenient for the family to return it at the same time as returning everything else, that's encouraged. But if they need to hold on to it for a few weeks for AP testing or for other matters, that's also more than fine.
Okay.
Anything, Ms. Pettit or Mrs. Washburn?
I'm good.
Right, move in.
You know, obviously, as the year wraps up, it's sad for the students and teachers, but it can just be our hope that we transition into a nice, smooth fall. I'm sure at the board office, everybody is just chomping at the bit to safely get back in there and get the work done that needs to be done. So we appreciate everybody doing what they are from home and making it happen.
I suppose at some point you figure that out and you get used to it, but we are creatures of collaboration and each other's energy. So yeah, I know people are anxious to be back together. My next topic is planning for summer and beyond. Planning for something that none has ever been done. Not to mention the rules change every day. So educators by nature are planners. So like, tell us what the rules are and we'll plan that. We just need to know what the rules are. And so it's especially frustrating for us as we just want to know what the rules are so that we can start to think through options. We really don't have any insight into what might happen over the summer and the fall. I am in contact with, youth league leaders in the baseball in particular, wanting to make sure that, we work together to, get people out as soon as we can and when it's safe. To that end, we a group of us city leaders decided to start to work together regularly and talk about transition. So on Monday, Chief Ray from LPD, Chief Huber from Sims Fire, CC Collins from the Chamber, Dave Kennedy and Tom Smith from City Management, Joe Roden, the principal at St. Columban, and Pat Lesher, the business manager in the parish, and John Ames and I met on Monday just to talk about what are the goals, how are we all interpreting the parameters. We certainly want to be able to make sure that things are available from a facility standpoint as they can be. We also want to make sure that people are aware of the things we're doing, like locker clean out, and making sure that we're following the guidance and that we have the support of safety. What experts do we have access to, and what experts do they have access to make sure that we move together as a community. I think it's going to be really helpful thing for all of us in the community to just keep touching base. And the Archdiocese often gives a set of rules, and we want to make sure that we're available to our partners at St. Columban to say, well, here's what we're doing with that, just to give them access to some bigger planning. So I just think that collaboration is going to be very helpful as we plan to not plan. So I think we'll be meeting. I think our plan is to touch base every Monday and just walk through that. We watch the governor and hear that guidance. So ultimately, we can all work together and work on that guidance. But ultimately, we and the school district are all the school facilities are governed by the Hamilton County Board of Health. So any interpretation, any questions, any permissions to do things that might be perceived as bumping up on some of those guidelines, we need to get approval from the Board of Health. So to make sure that we're doing what we need to do. We certainly want to have the support of our local safety, and they want to support us. So we don't want to do anything where they have to come in and break it up, and they don't want to do anything that that gets in our way of, they want to support us in making sure that they can do that. So I think that's going to be a good collaboration. I wish we had more clarity about what that would look like, but I do feel, I feel more confident because we're so connected to the city and the safety committee, the safety personnel here. So I feel like we're connected with the right people to make those right decisions. Does anyone have any questions that have answers to what might happen, clarifications? Because I don't know what we'll have open as available as facilities, indoor or outdoor. Right now, we don't. So until there's further guidance on that right now, we wouldn't be able to utilize any of our facilities. The community wouldn't be able to.
Questions?
Did I miss an update on graduation? Or do we not have an update on graduation?
Love to segue to the next topic if no one has any other questions.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. I do try to send an email to all staff every day. I know the board gets that too. Because things change so quickly, it seems almost important to send one every day. So it's just sort of been a habit I've gotten into, just to keep all staff abreast of changes and be able to chunk that away. I try to let staff know how we're thinking about that. I've gotten tons of questions and feedback, and have you thought of this? It's been a great way to open up dialogue that we would normally have. We would walk by a custodian in the hall and say, oh, I have this question for you, because you see them. Now, because we don't see people, that email has generated, like, have you thought of? And it's been just a great way to get feedback from staff as we move forward. So trying to really stay in close communication with our staff, even though we're not together, trying to be connected to that. So graduation planning, that's a daily event too. The high school team meets, I think they meet every single day at 8 a.m. They want nothing more than for our seniors and all the high school kids, but particularly seniors to feel recognized and supported. The end of year senior activities are rites of passage that can't be replicated. So the team is really committed to to making things as right as they can for kids. Get tons of, it's all over Twitter, all the fun things that are going all over. We appreciate everybody sending those things. I promise you, we look into all of those, and some of them work because of the size of your graduating class. Some people have smaller graduating classes. Some of them work because there's more signposts available in the streets. Some of them, work for different reasons. But we have investigated all of them, and we appreciate people sending those things to us. There were several venues that we worked with to try to make some sort of gathering graduation possible before we got further guidance from the governor. There's Starlight Drive-In Theater out in Amelia. We worked with them. We were hoping to be able to have it there. Coney Island, we tried to work something out with their venues in the area, have just bent over backwards to try to help make things right for kids. And so it's, people have been very generous. Unfortunately, the guidance is clear that there are no mass gatherings, nothing over 10 people. So I don't have the guidelines right in front of me, but there's the ODH and the Ohio Department of Ohio Department of Health and the Ohio Department of Education have issued the guidance and the guidelines for graduation, and they're recommended their top preference is completely virtual. Then they do go and give a slightly more lenient option, and then a third, the most lenient option that allows for single family in-person graduation. That is what we're working on. That does have to pass muster with the Hamilton County Board of Health. We'll be working on that tomorrow. And our hope is to have single person graduation. That we'll send out information on that on Monday, but we're hoping that will be a great event. And while we can't all be together, we can still, as a small family unit, be there to have that happen. So that's our intent, to try and get that done and be as together as we can. And we'll be getting that all that final information out on Monday once we get final approval. Does anyone have questions about that?
I would just say that I know that it is incredibly, incredibly disappointing for parents and students and families. And I just hope everybody knows that we want to do what's best for the kids and the community, and that the guidance from the government obviously trumps us, and the health and safety of everybody is the priority and of the utmost importance.
It is disappointing.
Very much so.
Forward to going and starting to recognize some of our kids, and our, go and do some sign delivery. And, our hope is that should things open up later in the summer, should opportunities come, that, we can do some of those other celebratory things that the students missed, and, and try and bring some of those traditions into the summer, if restrictions would allow us to do that. So we appreciate everyone's patience. It is a hot topic in all the school districts, trying to get it right, and keep people safe. That's a tough one.
And it seems to change every day.
And you have to watch his question and answers. Like, he gives a press conference every day at 2, but it's the question and answers when you get the good tidbits of, oh, that's how that works, and you get some clarification. So that's what many of us are doing at 2 o'clock. The next topic is summer school. Obviously, we have no idea if we can provide in-person summer school. So, we will address that, and we will deal with that as things open up and as we get permissions for that. But that is, we have no way of knowing whether that's going to even be possible this summer. So that's on hold. The high school, however, is able to offer the courses that they offer typically in the summer. They're going to do that online. So if you have specific questions about that, I think Andrea can answer those. But I believe those have been communicated out.
So should people who are applying to summer school for the high school level just continue to mail in their applications? There are people at the high school receiving the mail and taking care of that, forwarding it. Just kind of continue as normal and then know that it's going to be online?
Yes, high school has chosen to hold all of their courses remotely in June, so that will continue as normal. So anyone, perhaps we might have some 8th grade students whose parents have indicated that they're interested in taking that honors geometry course that's going to be offered this summer. That is still slated to go on. However, it's just flipped to a remote kind of model. So yes, the answer to that one is yes. So we'll be able to do that. And I think I put this in our board update to all of you, if you had a chance to check that. But the summer reading jumpstart program that we have slated for August, that's just if more guidance comes out, as Dr. Kraus mentioned, that is certainly kind of just to be determined based upon further guidance. So.
And that was a program that was so successful last summer that we certainly would hope we would try to do everything we can to have that program again. But I understand that we have to wait to hear.
Yes. Yes, it was, and I think Mr. Fancher presented to the board about some of the results and the impact that we saw from that. And while we're working very hard to continue some sort of enrichment and reinforcement for those students, we realize this current situation is going to make that summer kind of divide for some of our struggling readers even more so. So we are definitely really looking at that and trying to figure out what type of a model might even be possible in August.
You have the next topic if you want to just keep going.
Okay, awesome.
Andrea. That's
Well, yeah, so, you know, Ned and Eileen did such a great job presenting this. So as they mentioned, we had 3 of our math leaders come to our student experience committee meeting. That was kind of in place of what we typically do. So traditionally we would have them come present at a full board meeting. The resources would be kind of in the board for a 30-day review, but with the current situation, you know, we had to kind of adjust some of those practices. So it was very awesome to hear from the teachers. I think the thing that we always find is when the teachers get the opportunity to explain to the board how passionate and how tied they are to some of these resources, it just kind of exudes their excitement. And I think I saw that when Ned and Eileen, even though it was on this weird screen type dynamic, they were getting the point that those 3 teachers were saying, hey, look, like we've tried all these things out and this is where we're choosing to land. I do want to direct your attention. There are just a couple of documents in board docs next to that first reading of math resources. That first one, the resource adoption final, that PDF that's linked in there. If anybody wants to take a look at that, that's some detailed information about the overview and the process that the teachers engaged in as they were moving through this piloting work. And really, as you just note, it's very nicely lined out. They took it from last spring, started a year ago, kind of identifying some resources to pilot. And then, of course, a year later, they're ready to kind of make their recommendation. As I said, Ned did an awesome job kind of explaining that and talking about that alignment piece, which was very nice. Just a couple of things that I want to maybe reiterate or highlight is that the Math Excel that we have typically been using with our high school students is now it's a very true 7 through 12 alignment with our 6th grade newly adopted materials has a kind of what I would call a more elementary approach to Math Excel. So the concept is that our students in grades 6 through 12 will have a true kind of Math Excel kind of program, which is in reference to what Mr. Portun was mentioning when he was talking about that feedback piece. We know currently in our environment that we're teaching in now, this remote learning environment, we have found that as many programs and digital pieces that we can use to give immediate feedback gives us the best gauge on how our students are learning. And so I believe that's it kind of all happened at the right time, is that this work was already in place to take care of doing that. As Mr. Portun mentioned, Pearson is no longer supporting the digits program that was our 6 through 8 mathematics. But what they have allowed us to do is to keep some of that, the digital component open. So that helps with the smooth transition as our teachers are moving into Envision, which is kind of their next iteration, if you will, of that Pearson product. So all of that, there's a 3-page document that's linked in there on that final. There's a 6 through 8 component, and the last page are the high school resource adoptions. And I just want to mention a couple little things about the high school piece and then see if you guys have any questions after that. So again, the 3rd page of that document is the high school component. Again, that's that Math Excel that they're using all the way through. Our high school people were very excited. I mean, they're a very thorough bunch, I must say. I was receiving a lot of emails about, well, this one, no way, not even going to look at that. Got a little bit into that, you know, and boy, that salesperson really said this one was a good one, but nope, not so much. And they basically landed for our algebra, geometry, and algebra 2 resources, a work, and we all learned something new that day, right, Ned and Eileen, that there is a guru mathematician named Ron Larson's, whose work is what many of our high-level mathematics people follow his work, and they were very excited to pilot some of his textbooks and his programs. So our high school has decided to go with Big Ideas, which is a Ron Larson, Ron Larson is the author of that. And some of that, of course, has aligned with our pre-calc and AP calc resources that you will see on that document. We're also working on the Larson Elementary Statistics that's linked on there, as well as some pieces that we're embedding for the practice of statistics, which is kind of a digital component to that. The wonderful thing about this, going through an adoption like this, and as Ms. Washburn mentioned, you do get down to where you start talking about, cost and what's thrown in. And, of course, they want you to purchase their product. But what I felt like was very important with this is that, our teachers were trying to be very cognizant of funds. And so they would often come back to me and say, like it's this much more if we add, this print piece, but if we don't take the print piece and we go with digital, then that saves us, $3,000. And so we spent a lot of time going back and forth with the vendors and with the programs to, number one, get the programs that are best for our students and going to be provide the most support. But number two, also stays within the budget. And so when we were able to kind of align everything on top of seeing that we came in very excited. So are there any questions? Yeah, sorry.
And Andrea, this, just to clarify, the cost for this includes the resources and the licensing for 6 years, correct?
Yes, absolutely. So the cost, anytime you purchase that, it's for an extended period of time. And so yes, we were able to budget that for a 6-year span.
Okay.
Just to clarify for me, I understand that it's coming in almost $91,000 under budget. And that's partly because of help from the publishing companies, but partly because of the work that the team did to make sure that we were getting the materials that were needed, and not to purchase anything that was just a nice thing to have. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. It was, it was very much. It was at the forefront of the conversation as we talked about going through this particular process. Is picking the best product for the students first that kept us within our budget, and the teachers ran with that. And I will tell you, they're very excited about it. I think now more than ever, since we've, we're going to do this in March, and now we've moved to this remote learning, they're starting to see how some of these resources are even going to be more critical if we're moving in and out of a model like this, some sort of hybrid model for next year.
Right. And Andrea, I know that this isn't part of the math curriculum, but it might be important just to note also that we did make additional cuts in the curriculum from what was budgeted.
Yes.
Even after cuts. So, we have made some pretty significant cuts there, and I'm not sure what that's tuned to, but I know that it was significant as well.
Yes, yes. So, after the failure of the November levy, we did make some additional cuts out of the curriculum budget. And when Mr. and Holly and I worked together on that, in that particular budget, I did say, take this, but can we still earmark this portion so that we can finish out that math adoption, because I did know many of our resources are getting ready to expire. So we were able to kind of push that aside and kind of hold that. And so that's why I think I keep going back to, we were 90,000 under. So I think Mr. Holly's probably kind of smiling there somewhere, because it definitely was something that we were putting at the forefront of many of our decisions.
Okay.
Any other? Awesome. Thank you.
The next item is the first reading of a policy on student records. I'm going to ask Mr. Hawley to update that. It had something to do with directory information. Kevin, do you mind taking that one?
Sure. Yeah. So we had conversations in our policy meetings about this policy, specifically student records. Within every school district, there is information, and it's actually under FERPA as well. That's called directory information. There's directory information that FERPA actually designates specifically, and most districts take on that specific designation. What we have done here, and I'm sure Kathy and Ned can speak to this directly, was just limiting some of what that directory information might be, and to whom may be able to receive it, in the sense of, I would say, protecting student records as much as we possibly can, without forcing us, with still being able to conduct business on a regular basis. So I don't know, Dr. Lorenz, if you have any other thoughts or anything
No,
to say on that.
I would just tell the other board members that this is the first reading of this policy, and that it will be adopted at either the next meeting or the second May meeting. It was simply a review of the policy and a determination with consultation with legal and with consultation with policy company that we have the best definition of what we use directory information for. So we do protect the information of our students so that we do not release identifiable information concerning students. And so we did, the policy committee did review this to make sure that we came up with the best legal definition to fit the needs for our policy.
Yep. And if I just to add kind of onto that, I think that certainly we know that privacy is, and as an IT person, privacy is very important. It is a hot topic, not just in protecting systems, but on what information can be either found, released, whatever, which is why with some concerns that had been given to us as well, looked at this policy, and I would say that all of us were probably a little bit very long-standing. We're a little surprised at all of the information that could be let's say given out at times. And so this is a tightening of that to make it, as Dr. Lorenz said, actually very restrictive for only school purposes that information for students is used.
Okay, questions? Michelle, Eileen?
Nope, it sounds pretty straightforward and thorough.
Okay.
Next item is the Planning Commission.
And so that would be a board item. And I will start the conversation simply to clear up a couple of things. I mentioned to you earlier that I have received some emails on behalf of the board. Some of them I think have come to all board members. Some have come to only me. And there was some confusion as to what we were doing with the Planning Commission. There have been statements made at times about how we would get this started, how we would choose the members. And I just want to clarify that there has been no board decision on how to pick. I will reiterate what we have done so far. We have reviewed with no names on the applications, all 38 applications that we received, and we have ranked them based on a rubric which has been available and which ranks such things as service to the community, ability to work and build consensus. So there has been no discussion about who might be eliminated, only discussion about the fact that we had 38 applications And we are still working on how to pick the top ones. The only discussion that I can recall that I made in our last meeting was that we didn't necessarily have to pick the top 25. I believe we had said that we would have 25 community members and 7 staff members.
No,
Eight-
18, I thought.
Yeah,
18, I'm sorry, 18 and 7 to come up with the 25.
Correct.
And the only discussion that I can remember saying was it was not necessary to start this planning commission to choose the top 18 if the board was not ready to do so. So in other words, due to the situation that we have right now, the board could decide, for example, to pick the top 10 and pick the top 2 that came in as applications from staff members and start with a 12-member group or a 13-member group, and then add from the list as we are able to get started. But certainly the board, if you are all ready to take the top 18 that we picked, we can do that as well. So that was the only statement that I ever made concerning not taking all the members. Now, I will add to the discussion that I have had a brief discussion with Dr. Kraus about how we could, in fact, get this group started. And it is her understanding of the regulations concerning meetings that we could possibly, as early as June, if we make these decisions in May, as early as June, offer some dates for some in-person meetings that would involve all of the safety requirements, the wearing of masks, the social distancing, but that we could, with a group this size, because it is a meeting, it's not just a social gathering of 10 people or more, that we could in fact have some kind of meeting. So if this board desires to get this thing going, I believe there are ways that we can do it. So that's just a preface for the discussion tonight. I believe our task before when we left the last meeting was to make sure that in that middle group, there weren't any people that individual board members wanted to lobby for or remove. And then we need to have a discussion of how many do we inform that they have been chosen based on the rating system of the board. Out of the 38 that we received, how many are we inviting to start? And that's where we would go from here. So questions, discussions, other thoughts?
Yeah, I was just going to interject and say that I'm not opposed to taking the top 18. It's just that we wanted to make sure that we did a thorough evaluation to ensure that we had a good representation of the community. So we didn't have all people who sat here or all people who sit here. We want it to be representative and inclusive and move forward with it.
Yes,
My opinion is,
I forgot that part of the statement. Thank you.
yeah, I guess my opinion is I would personally like to get it started as soon as we can. Obviously, we have restrictions and challenges that we didn't anticipate, but I just think the sooner we can get it together and move forward with it, the better it will be for everybody.
Okay. Other comments?
No, I would agree with that. I think that there's, there may have been a misunderstanding of what we were talking about when I don't think that we talked about delaying as opposed to, as Ms. Washburn said, making sure that we did then the check of, is it kind of a representative as we had wished in terms of, for example, that we had representation from all 3 counties, that we had representation that was both, male and female, that may have been professional and skilled labor backgrounds, whatever. So we kind of had a mix there. We wanted to make sure with some of that information that as Eileen said, that we weren't, siloed in terms of who we had selected. And at least as far as, pass I had done, I'm not sure in that kind of the top 18, 20. I think that was a pretty good mix there that I'd seen. Certainly there was not, from my perspective, well, we just like the top 10 and we should throw everybody else out and start again with a second round. There was none of that. I know there were a couple we had talked about. Did we want to look in that middle section? Was there any question? I went back and looked, and there really wasn't anything from my perspective that stood out that I would say, nope, we really want to move because of how everything was graded, somebody to, up to look at it. So I'm fairly well comfortable with anything, I think, with where we identified that break in the first 18. Myself, I think certainly we had the one that was identified as spouses, and we would have to select one there. My personal preference there, if we were doing that, is that we would take the higher of the two rated, which also I think helps us kind of in our diversity, because that is gender-wise, that is a woman as opposed to another man there. So that would be my one recommendation there. Other board members can differ with that, but that's kind of where I am with this. I think we've done what we wanted to do in terms of reviews, and it fell out the way that it fell out, and no big questions for me. I don't think we need to belabor it. We need to start moving forward.
Agreed.
Anything else?
So I hear you saying you're gonna, they're rank ordered, and it's the top 18. Well, it would be top 19.
Yeah.
Eliminate applicant 15 because of the
Correct.
spouse.
Correct.
And are you, you haven't decided how you're going to contact people yet, but to expedite time, if someone were to decline, are you comfortable just following
down the list,
so that we don't have to try to regroup to figure out what would happen next?
Personally, I would say yes to a point. It depends on how, if 15 of the 18 decline, then I would say no. But I don't think we'll have that.
When we talked last time, that point we cut off was that 8.6 rating.
Correct.
So are you comfortable continuing down the line up until that point?
Yeah.
Well, that only gives us one, right? 8.6, because that's person 20 in terms of the quantity count is 8.6, and if we get rid of the one, that makes 19. I would probably go down through certainly two more, down into the 8.2s.
The only question I would have about going down below the 8.6, I'm not sure that we have in that document in other words, we have the people classified through 20.
You don't know male or a
female, parents, not parents. We
Okay.
don't have the next ones. So going on to that next group could, I don't know, but it could change the diversity of the group.
I think that would be, in my opinion, it would be fine. We're not talking about adding 20 additional people in this subgroup or 50 people in this subgroup.
I'm not looking at the counties, but from a gender, it's not going to change anything significantly gender. We had far more male applicants than we did female applicants. So
yeah. Well, so I guess my feeling is I don't think people would have applied if they didn't want to then serve.
Right.
So maybe saying that we go through the 8.4s, which that gives us a 3-person buffer on the 18. Then we're kind of, let's see after we notify people.
I was just trying to expedite what comes next at the board. So we can do that. And then you can decide how you want to, other than me giving you their names, so that you can decide how would you like to divide that up, or invite people, or have a letter, or
My other question
feel.
sorry, my question before we invite people is, do we not need to be able to tell them when we are envisioning that this group will meet? Because I think that would affect whether a person would be able to say yes to the invitation or not. And I realize that we're looking at a situation where if we say in the month, we're going to offer a couple of dates, either late May or early June, that may be different than what the commission decides to do long-term. But I do think we need to have some sort of sense of when we're going to ask these folks to meet so they can know whether they can in fact accept the invitation or not.
I say for now, just to get it started, like you said, once they form subcommittees, they can change stuff, but like we meet a certain Tuesday, or in this case, Thursday of every month. I think that's a good jumping off point of, you know, every Wednesday or Thursday at this time. And then if that needs to change later on, then that change can be made.
I think there's certainly nothing preventing us, I would think, from at least notifying them that they have been selected, verifying that they still want to participate.
Okay.
And then, you know, we could query on, you know, are you available on a date if things open up? We could position it that way, or also, you know, as we're all getting more and more accustomed to talking to each other on little video screens, I don't know anymore if that's necessarily a bad thing, just to have an initial of this just with a hello, thank you, welcome, and let's get on ideas on how we proceed from here. Do we break up at this point? You know, I don't have the answers right now. I'm just throwing out some suggestions, but I think if we wait until we're trying to necessarily figure out exactly what's the right way to convene, that's going to delay it a little bit longer than it probably needs to be.
Great. And I was going to say something similar, that I think doing it via Zoom, an initial welcome meeting, you know, people can share their visions, ideas, talk about subcommittees, just to get it going, I think would be great.
The only question I would ask then is, were you also interested in, I believe there were, Dr. Kraus, 5 staff applications, or were there more than that?
There were 9.
There were 9. So how is the board interested in picking the 5? It's 5, am I right? Or 7? I'm sorry, I'm missing the numbers again.
7.
7. In other words, how is the board comfortable in eliminating 2 of those 9 applications and adding those 7 people to the mix?
Were those full applications?
We didn't ask about their work history, or they were shortened applications.
Okay. But they still had some type of input and question answering or something that I would say we should get those and take a look at them.
I mean, is it, you guys might like throw stuff at your screens if I say this, is there any reason we couldn't add 9? Why does it have to be 7? Because we have that set number?
That
like,
was what we decided at the beginning.
Okay.
I mean, it's, you know,
I'd still like to look at them maybe, or have the board look at them instead of just saying, yep, anybody who applied.
Yeah,
because I'm not all of those people.
That's what I was implying, though. I didn't mean it that way, Ned.
Oh, okay.
I think not all of them might even still be interested. I mean, it's a different lift right now. Like, it's a different, you know, and I can't even tell you who I can't remember even who those people are right off the top of my head to even give you any insight whether any had changed, but I will scan those and get those to you.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay. My personal opinion is that we should stick to the number of 7, that we shouldn't add numbers of staff members. I think we were trying to reach a balance of community members and staff members. So because of what we stated at the beginning, I kind of think we should stay with them, even though I can't remember what those numbers are from one minute to the next. I would be more comfortable staying with the numbers that we stated at the beginning. So then am I hearing the board is comfortable in getting notification out to the top, starting with the top 18 and moving to 19, 20, or 21 or 22 if we need to on the community group, and to getting the applications sent to us of the staff members, perhaps to have a discussion on May 12th to add those to the group, and to maybe in the invitation of the 18 community members, make sure that we get a response back from them that we now pin down when they are available to meet and if they are available to meet via Zoom, because some people's schedules may have changed since they put their application in.
Yeah.
And see if on May 12th we can set a date to ask these folks to get together.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
Does that sound like expeditiously enough?
So you want it, so you want between now and the 12th, you're going to contact everybody and ask them some availability coming up in May.
Yes, we haven't decided how we're contacting all those people.
But that's going to happen before the 12th. I just wanted to clarify.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
Great.
Now, what we have in the applications where the names were removed, we do not have emails. We have phone numbers. Is that correct?
I don't have an application in front of me, so I
Here,
can't.
wait, I have one.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, hold on. Yes, we have phone numbers, but no names.
Now,
Do you have
were there names on, or sorry, were there emails at all on the application anywhere that then were redacted, or just we didn't get emails, period?
I don't see a place where it even asks for that.
Okay.
on there.
Okay, so they have to be called. In order for a board member to make calls, and notice that I have not raised my hand yet to say that I will make 18 or 20 phone calls yet, I would need, or whoever is going to make the calls would need applications with names on them.
Oh, of course.
Is a
Call
call,
number 1, number 2, number 3.
is a call better than sending a letter? Well, I mean, I'm sure it probably is, but I'm just throwing that out there as an official letter to the.
I can make the calls if you guys give me the name.
I don't know, perhaps a letter is a way to go. How quickly, though, in our state of office work now, how quickly can we get letters out?
Why don't you do both? We could, we can, it's going to take the more you write a letter, you're going to want to put details in it. So we can work on a letter, but why don't you call too? And then at least you get that moving and we can follow up with something official, or if we can't reach somebody. My
Yeah.
thoughts.
I'm happy to give them a call, and that way if there's somebody who isn't interested, we'll know that and we can move forward with the planning of days and times.
I appreciate that. I was going to suggest we could split them up to call, but you're correct. If we split up the names to call, then we don't know who has said yes when. We have to organize that somehow. Is everybody all right with Mrs. Washburn calling the names on the list and us getting a letter written that will also go out to those folks?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Okay.
That
That's
means,
what happens when you volunteer for something, Eileen.
I know, but that means people out there who are watching this live stream, if you see an unknown number, you have to answer your phone.
That's true.
I'll provide all of you with the list. With Eileen will be calling, but I will provide all of you with the list so that so you know who Eileen's calling. So that's not a surprise too. So
Okay.
I'll get that out to you tomorrow. I'll get the staff applications to you as well, and we'll scan those to you, and we'll get started on some sort of a summary letter, a welcome letter, and I'll get you the names that go along with your surveys.
Okay, and so just to be sure, Eileen's going to call and she's going to confirm that a person is still interested, and she's going to get some sort of preliminary, when are they available for meetings and are they comfortable with a Zoom meeting? Is that correct?
Yeah. And my goal will be to try to get to everybody by Sunday evening. Obviously, I have to teach all day tomorrow, but after I'm done teaching my lovelies, I will begin making calls.
Okay,
Great,
thanks, everybody.
thanks.
All right. I think that's the end of the discussion topics under the superintendent's report. Are there any questions or discussion about any of those items before we move to the superintendent resolutions?
Nope.
I don't see anything. So the first item is a motion to authorize 2020-2021 membership in the Ohio High School Athletic Association for Loveland High School and Loveland Middle School. Is there a motion?
I move.
Ms. Pettit moved, and I saw Mrs. Washburn raise her hand. She seconded the motion. Any questions or discussion? We are all sincerely hoping that there is a Ohio High School Athletic Association season beginning in the fall. We're hoping that we are beyond all of this. We're very sorry that the spring season had to be canceled, but we obviously need to join this organization so that our student athletes are covered under that association. Okay, seeing no questions, no hands raised. Mr. Hawley, can we vote on that?
Ms. Pettit,
She's muted.
There we go. Yes.
Mr. Portune,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz.
Yes. I believe the motion carried. The second item is to approve the 2020-2021 student handbooks. This is going to be a long year doing all these 2020-2021 things. But it is a motion to approve the student handbooks. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
I
I'll second.
heard Mr. Portune and I saw Mrs. Washburn raise her hands. So I'll pick those two. Questions or discussion?
I just want to say that, the handbook, you've had the handbook for quite some time, and, we've made any adjustments or edits that you might have noticed and got that cleaned up. We will in August add either a cover sheet or an addendum or additions that need to be. We know that there will be additional pieces of information and additional requirements and things that would normally go in a handbook that are going to be related to attending school until there's a vaccine. So we know there'll be changes or at least modifications. So our thinking was that in August, we would have at least a cover sheet that said, that this is, you may have other guidance that supersedes this information just related to safety around the pandemic. So if there are changes that have to be made, those will just come in August then as part of an addendum, and we'll make those adjustments. All of the handbooks are online. So when we do make adjustments or newly adopted, it's easy to switch those out so that we have our most up-to-date information. So we're going to pretend like the handbook's going to cover everything for next year, when in fact we know many things will have to change. But in general, this is how we communicate. We run the schools, and in normal times that would cover all those things. So just wanted to add that I wouldn't even know where to start to adapt that at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will just note that I did have a chance to turn in my copy of the handbooks. You know how I proofread things. And I found a couple of things that were related to school starting times that seemed a little wonky to me. So I did turn that in. I believe that is in Mr. Ames's office. But I'm assuming also that some of those details may need to be reviewed before school starts as well. So I'll just let you know that that is there somewhere, and I'm assuming that it's going to be taken care of. So
Thank you.
any other discussion or questions?
No.
All right, Mr. Hawley, can we vote on that?
Mrs. Washburn, Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Ms. Pettit,
Yes.
Mr. Fortune.
Yes.
Motion carried. Then we move to the treasurer resolutions portion of the meeting. But first I will ask Mr. Hawley if he's got a report. He certainly has a report. I thought there was a report. Where is it? I guess most of his reports are under 7.5, the financial reports, but they're all in board docs. So Mr. Hawley, do you have a report for us, discussion items before we start with the resolutions?
So I actually will address it more when we're on 7.5.
Okay.
So we'll just go that way.
Okay, are we going to then have a motion to approve 7.1 through 7.10? And then during that motion, we will have discussion with your report.
Yes, and I do want to point out on 7.11, under recommended action, it does say 7.7. So just that we will make that change.
Where's that?
So if you look under 7.11, it says approval of treasure item 7.1 to 7.10, but under the language, I printed it off.
I'm looking. Oh, yes. Okay.
Okay, I see it now. Thank you. I wasn't down to that language yet. Okay.
Just heads up.
So what we will be doing is asking for a motion to approve treasure items 7.1 through 7.10. Is there a motion? I see Mrs. Washburn raising her hand, and then I see Ms. Pettit. So Mrs. Washburn moved and Ms. Pettit second to approve the treasurer resolutions. Now, discussion.
Yes, so I'll just start from the top and stop me if you have any questions, but obviously I will ask if there's any instances that you do. So if we go 7.1 to 7.4, those are our typical Board of Education minutes. As you are all aware, and maybe not everybody is aware, the 19th is very short. There was a cancellation meeting due to the pandemic. So that's why if you do look at 7.5, you will see 2 sets of financial packets and financial information. So that's for February and March. Typically, we discuss those at our business meetings. Our business meetings are the second meeting of the month. So the first one is typically a work session. The second one is a business meeting, and we discuss these details at the second meeting. So that's why there are 2 sets on 7.5. Before I hop into 7.5, any questions on the minutes?
I don't have any.
Okay. So 7.5, again, is all of our financial data. It is also, this data is also on Open Checkbook. We have updated that through the end of March. We have added that to the end of the month process with my assistant treasurer to make sure that that is up to date every month. So that will be updated monthly. If there is any discrepancy on that, that is completely by mistake, and we will make sure that that's being updated regularly. So we do check Open.
Mr. Hawley, maybe you were going to complete. How much data do we have in Open Checkbook at this point?
Yeah, at this point in time, we have 5 years plus the current year. So it's 5 years of past information plus a current. And let me just confirm that really quickly.
So that should qualify as about 6 years.
Correct, at this point. Yes, so through the 14-15 school year, which is fiscal year 15.
And our plan was to hopefully get 10 years in, correct?
Yes, so we will continue to work towards that goal. Yeah, we will continue to do that.
Do you know, I mean, it's hard when in this environment with everyone remotely to ask for ETAs, but are you able to make progress, at least in this environment, still on that with other duties?
Yeah, we can do our best. I mean, it is obviously a pretty challenging time right now. As you can see, I am in the office at the present time,
I do see that.
but I'm properly socially distancing. So my staff is currently working from home. We immediately, when everything occurred, made sure that they had the ability to work from their home offices. So, you know, some things take a little bit more time than typical. People are coming in on a regular basis to pick up mail and things that they cannot have directly mailed or sent to their home. So it is creating some delays on certain areas of business at this time. So I wouldn't say I necessarily have an ETA at this point, but we'll continue to work towards that.
Okay.
All right, so the one thing that I wanted to talk about on 7.5 is our financial reports. So basically just, we discuss this every month. We are actively and regularly looking at our expenses. This is not something that we do monthly. It is something that we are actively pursuing to make sure that we are meeting the goals of the district, not necessarily from just an instructional standpoint, but also from a financial standpoint. If you look at the previous forecast, we are still on track to hit what we had anticipated. When we're talking about the forecast, that is something that we do update twice a year. It's typically in October and May. So the forecast will be updated in May. Although, as we've discussed many times, although it is a forecast, it is something that we look at on a regular basis. We're looking at cash flow analysis, making sure we're hitting our marks, making sure we're staying within budgets. We discussed it briefly last time that you know, today is a different day, given the fact that we failed a levy on Tuesday. The district has made significant cuts in expenses from the November failure, and now we'll see some significant cuts in expenses from the failure a couple of days ago. That does not necessarily change our goals in the district, what we're trying to do, especially from a financial standpoint. And one big piece of that as well to discuss is the coronavirus. So the coronavirus, in many ways, does not really change the financial outlook for the district. In many ways, it can actually make it look a little bit more precarious. So I think the first point that I want to bring up, and again, we will discuss this in greater depth next month, is that we still do have a revenue shortfall. That is still the world that we live in, despite the cuts, and we'll see that in greater depth next month. One thing that I think is important to discuss when we're talking about the coronavirus is, although buildings are closed, we are still providing services. We are a service organization. Most of what we do is we work directly with students. I'm sure Mrs. Washburn could have some interesting stories at this point on how to accomplish that on a regular basis. I have many friends that work in education, and they're working incredibly hard. Despite the buildings being closed, they're still providing services as best they can. We've talked throughout this process that most of our expenses go directly towards the classroom. So they go towards instruction in one way, shape, or form. With the coronavirus, we are still providing services. So that includes our regular services, that includes special education. Many of those are being provided through telehealth services. So not many of our expenses are being minimized. One of the questions that does come up deals with our non-teaching staff. You know, for instance, I am non-teaching staff. I am still working regularly, if not more at times, during this particular pandemic. What people do need to understand is our non-teaching staff are still, and our teaching staff are still required to be paid during an epidemic. That is per Ohio Revised Code, and that has been the direction, and that's what our legal team has advised us towards. I'm sure not many districts have had to deal with that when you're looking at the Ohio Revised Code. So many districts are trying to learn more about it and pivot. We've had multiple instances where the buildings have been closed. So it was not a full closure right at the beginning, but just understanding that per Ohio Revised Code, our non-teaching staff is still required to be paid through their contracts. Many of those staff do not work through May and actually are picking up where they can. So they are not necessarily just sitting at home. They are doing things. And again, Dr. Kraus could speak more directly to many of those things. They're picking up in areas and in instances where we never had originally anticipated they would. One group that I do want to talk about specifically when you're talking about that is our food service group. And I think this kind of gives a little bit of an idea of when we are looking at our 5-year forecast or future projections of how this could change some of what we do. Our food service group is still providing food to students, specifically our students in need. I first of all just want to commend them for doing that. They've been doing a fantastic job. Chris Tracy, who has our food service program, has done an amazing job. And I just commend them for working so hard in such a time of, I'm sure some people in a time of fear, in a time of uncertainty. When you look at our food service program, we are mainly, we're about 14% roughly free and reduced for lunch. So when we're talking about expenses, what takes care of that difference is our receipts from food sales. With the buildings being closed, we no longer have food sales. And so that's what allows our food service program to continue basically working without a deficit. Our food service program is a separate fund outside of our general fund, but in order to take care of some of those deficits, we may have to actually make some transfers at the end of the year, which we have not had to do in the past. Our food service program basically runs cost neutral, and now that we do not have sales, that is affecting that. So that's just one particular instance. So when you're talking about areas of saving within the district, we are seeing some utility savings. We are seeing some savings when it comes to substitutes. So that's substitutes with teachers, it's substitutes with our non-teaching staff. What we're seeing as well is overtime not necessarily occurring at this present moment. We do see some benefit savings with that because of the requirements for the district to pay into employees' pensions and Medicare. Other places that we're seeing it are some supplies. You know, the challenge, and Dr. Kraus mentioned it earlier, is we don't really know what next year is going to look like. We are working towards many different scenarios, but still have to prepare in the sense that next year will look normal. So there are areas that supplies are still being purchased in anticipation of next year. If students aren't coming back, we may see savings in the future. Again, we will not see quite as many purchases right now. I mean, paper's not being used, things like that. We will see some savings. All in all, I would say the district is looking at somewhere around $200,000 in savings. Again, it is April 30th. We are using projections. We are looking at estimates. We're looking at all kinds of data to understand every single day a better idea of really what the financials are looking like in the district. So even with those savings of $200,000, there may be some expenses that we have to do that we typically don't have to. So, you know, there's the thought of extra cleaning within the buildings, you know, maybe more cleaning supplies, face masks, all kinds of things that we're looking at it on a regular basis. So just so that the board understands is we are evaluating it, but it doesn't necessarily change the need for the school district. We are a residential tax base in Loveland. So within Southwest Ohio, we have the 3rd highest residential tax base. And we still need our community to support what we're doing to continue to go the way we are. We cannot support the current level of services even after these cuts without the support of the district. And when I say district, the community members. So I would say the 3rd point is when we're looking at the future to make the finances work, and we looked at this many times, it's either cuts in expenses or it's increases in revenue. I do want to address the revenue side just for a second, because although we are a public entity, and even like we talked about with food service, our revenue is not guaranteed. I can tell you the state of Ohio at this point in time is looking at potential cuts in state funding for fiscal year 20, which is what we're in right now. Those decisions have not been made, but it is a discussion. The state's budget is primarily funded through a state sales tax. And as we can imagine, that has dipped. They put out a report roughly the 10th of every month. So we have information on March. We do not have April data yet. We should have it in about a week and a half. Sales tax decreased by 10.5% from their projections. Thankfully, in January and February, they were seeing surpluses. But what you're seeing in the state is they will be seeing budget reductions as well. And when I say budget reductions, loss of revenue. So that's something that we're looking at regularly. Again, we are on the state does a biennial budget. This is the first year of the budget. Next year was going to be year 2. We are, again, anticipating some news, but that there could potentially be reductions in state funding next year. If you look at our revenue sources, ours is primarily through property tax. So we are, you know, we need our community members to pay their taxes to be able to continue to fund the school district. That has not necessarily been an issue in the past. So we are looking at some recession level collection rates. So 10, 11, 12 recession to see historically where we may lose some revenue potentially as people are unable to pay their property taxes. So all that to be said, it's a very fluid time right now. This is not your typical April. The things that I would be doing now, the things I would be looking at, this is very atypical. We work with the information that we've been provided at this point in time. We will be creating scenarios and looking at scenarios for next year as to what the needs are within the district from a staffing level. But we still require much more data information. If you've watched the governor on his conferences, he says something that is correct. When people are talking about next fall, it's just too early to tell. So you plan towards potentials and you try to pivot as best as you can. So, you know, unfortunately, the levy did not pass. And despite buildings being closed, we're still looking at similar cuts as to what we have already discussed. We will continue to look at potentially other ways where we may have to cut back depending on what the state says here in the near future. Does anybody have any questions on that?
Questions?
Muted again, sorry. Kevin, remind me state funding. What what's our anticipated state funding for the year, just level wise?
Yeah, so state funding would be roughly about $13 million. Just a little bit over that. It depends on what categories you put in that, but it's called unrestricted aid.
Yeah.
So it's roughly 13 million. Again, if those who are watching are unfamiliar with our fiscal years run July to June. So there's only 2 months left in the fiscal year. So, that would be, I have the pleasure of working on a couple committees with the state level. I was on a committee call just yesterday with an individual named Aaron Roush. He works in the finance department at ODE. And he wishes, as many of us do, wishes we had much more information at this point with multiple areas of our lives. Unfortunately, the state does not have anything at this point in time. A lot of that does require the legislature to come back, and I believe they are coming back next week. So we'll see what if any actions they do take. I think in many schools we are anticipating at minimum next year could have reductions. There's a lot of talk about the rainy day fund. So the state of Ohio has a rainy day fund. But if you've heard the conference calls with the governor, is it the assistant governor? It's John Husted has said basically, sorry, he's deputy?
Lieutenant.
I'm sorry. So the lieutenant governor has stated that the potential shortfalls within the budget could be twice the rainy day fund. The rainy day fund is about $2.7 billion. So that gives you an idea of what the state is looking at.
Okay. So the key takeaway is, as you said, it's fluid. We have to make decisions based on today, what we know, the best information we have today, and plan conservatively. That's, yeah.
Correct. We are always looking at ways that we can save money within the district. We've had conversations as an administrative team, even recently, as other ways that we can look at opportunities. So we are actively pursuing that. But again, there's just some unknowns. So we'll do our best with what we do know, and we'll anticipate and evaluate and then execute as best we can as well.
I would just ask, and I don't know if you know the answer to this question, will we have information in May as we begin to work through some of these cuts that we need to institute? Will we have sufficient information to have a reasonable discussion on next steps as far as another levy is concerned? I understand what the timing requirements are of putting another levy on. My question is, in the uncertainty, will we have enough information to begin some discussion on how this uncertainty is going to affect the next levy request and when it would be and what it would be?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so that was something I was going to bring up as well, is, maybe putting a question back, or what are the things that the board needs or requires to be able to make that decision. So think on that for a second. Just to answer your question, Dr. Lorenz, is, again, to say the same thing the governor says, I just don't know. We have the data we have at this point. The anticipation on some of the budget cuts from the state level was hopefully going to be last week. They're anticipating maybe late this week. It could be next week. There's still some other things. There are some, I wouldn't say opportunities within the district, because it's actually, so a lot of this CARES Act or ways that the federal government has worked with public service has not been us actually applying for that. So we are not eligible for a lot of the ways that the CARES Act or the federal government has supported private businesses. The state of Ohio has been eligible for that. So the state has put in an application for the CARES Act. That will be through what's called Title I. That's a federal grant that goes to the state. We anticipate some money coming through that, but it will not take care of any. It's not a windfall. The purpose of it really is to support any additional costs that have been incurred because of the pandemic. Again, it will not take care of that difference. So I just wanted to address that really quickly as well. So we have not seen that allocation. I'm sure many of us have a lot of different things in our particular lives that are somewhat unknown at this point. And we are not any different in that case. So we're planning accordingly. I hope to have as much information as possible in May. We will have a 5-year forecast. So that is one of the things that the state has not really actively pursued as to delaying. So as of right now, the requirement is still to have a 5-year forecast as of May. So there will be something to present. And I'm actively speaking with my colleagues, different avenues to get a better feel of what all districts are really feeling and sensing at this point in time. So going back to my original question is there anything that this board needs or requires, any modeling or certain things like that they would like in order to make a decision or walk towards that?
So I guess one answer, I'm not muted, yay, to your question is, I think that it's important, if you have the model, it's important to look at is there impact, or what is the impact if we were to decide not to go back this year. I think that's a model we have to look at, certainly.
That was my question as well, and kind of what does that look like financially?
I think we went into March a little bit with the believing that some of the cuts that we identified were, again, simply assuming that a failure in March, we could not then count on passage in November. Therefore, we had identified these cuts in place kind of for that. So what additional would be required, if any, should we not go out this year? I'm certainly concerned that not just the community, but the staff, the administration needs a break from levy. And we need to, and with the uncertainty of where August is going to be, and I think even November with this pandemic, I don't know, I think we need to look at that model.
I'm also thinking that as much as we can get of any changes that have happened, you mentioned perhaps $200,000 in savings. I know that's not a big amount in our budget, but it does carry through year to year. I'm wondering if in May we're going to be able to talk about any savings we've realized, as well as any changes that are forecasted in perhaps a technology budget, that are forecasted perhaps in perhaps savings over the summer based on what we were able to do in April and May as far as buildings are concerned, those kinds of things. And I don't know if you're going to be ready in May with that kind of information, or if it's going to take until June to really see what the full year savings or costs were. And then, of course, we need to know what the state will do as far as their funding is concerned, what we're going to realize or not realize there. I'm also wondering, and I don't know if this is possible, if it's possible to have modeling based on a couple of scenarios going back to school in the fall. If we go back just as was typical, or if we go back part blended and part in class, if we go back, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud with certain offerings not being given, perhaps the number of full day kindergarten classes that we have, those kinds of things. Are we going to be able to have sort of possible scenarios of what's going to happen when we go back to school in the fall? I know you can't say what we're going to do, but if we go back the way we started last fall, here's what the cost will show up on the 5-year forecast. If we go back with some sort of blended, here are the increased technology costs, here are the savings in building utilities, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
Ms. Pettit, were you going to say something? You unmuted and then you muted. No?
Yes, I'm struggling with even looking at the levy because there's so much unknown, not even just with us, not with the school district, but with each individual community member and their jobs and their worries and even in my own household, we don't know what's going to happen, and it's hard to focus on more unknown when we've got all this unknown right in front of us.
Yeah. Kevin, if there's one more thing that I would ask, and I mean, this isn't a question to get me shot, but because if we're looking at potential hybrid remote, whatever, and you know, if we looked, is there a way for you to easily model what is the actual cost of, for lack of a better term, in-person extracurriculars? So, you know, if you looked at athletics, if you looked at anything else where there's cost to us there, to have that as a, just kind of as a bucket of what that cost is. And I don't know if that means to look at how that could also be funded, but just what, you know, what is that actual cost for that bucket?
Let me make sure I understand what you're talking about. So let's say, hypothetically, we do not come back in the fall and we do not have football. So we're not utilizing the field or those kind of costs. Is that what you're?
Correct. So any cost that the district is putting out for that, what is the cost of, let's say, right, OHSA cancels a fall term. So what's the cost of fall sports?
Yeah. Okay.
We have the supplementals and
Correct.
uniform fees and refs, all of that. You want like added all together and that whole bucket of every fall sport.
Yeah, I'm not really looking at this point for a line item thing, just kind of a roughly what's the cost of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can look into that because that'll play a little bit into one of the conversations that we're going to have here coming up. And I guess it'll probably be a little bit addressed here, but just to answer some of those questions is, so when you're looking at sports activities, again, it's similar to our, it is similar in the sense, not completely on cost, but it's just similar to food service that we have a separate fund that pays for many of the expenses when it comes to athletics. That particular fund is primarily funded through either pay to play, so pay to participate fees, or revenue from ticket sales.
Okay.
So that's what's called our 300 fund. Our 300 fund mainly pays for activities directly related to those sports. When I say directly related, not necessarily coaches. And this is typical in school districts that coaches are paid out of the general fund. So when we're talking about direct, we're talking about potentially ticket workers, talking about refs, balls, uniforms, things like that. So, and I guess we can, that's later on, but just kind of jumping ahead a little bit is, when we're talking about sports, we can mitigate some of those costs because we don't have necessarily a need at the time. So we're not going to be buying potentially tennis balls right now because unfortunately spring sports were canceled. So even though we have the revenue not coming in, we do not have cost. So some of that again will kind of be a zero-sum gain on that. What I will look into is more the supplemental fees. So you're talking about coaches. So.
Okay. Yeah.
And I mean, just even quickly too, and Brian, Mr. Canasser could speak to this a lot as well. So we don't necessarily want to go too far down this path, but similar to many athletics, our football gate does support a lot of what athletics does. And so that is something that we will continue to look at. I'm sure we are not a college sports team where we have 60,000 people coming, but it still it does have ramifications if we do miss some activities in sports that generally pay for a lot of what we can do. So just heads up.
Okay.
That's great.
Thanks.
If you have any other things that come up or any other thoughts as to things I can provide to best facilitate your decision, just reach out to me, please.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so moving on to 7.6. So this is our payment in lieu of transportation. This is something that we do every year. These are individuals who drive their students to school, but may have had that, and that we're not able to support that transportation. So they have the right to be refunded a portion of that. This is per Ohio Revised Code. It is $250 per individual. As you can see in the list, it's not many people. So if you have any questions about that, please let me know. 7.7, so this is our certificate that we send to our local auditor. So that's Hamilton County in this particular case that we send it to. Despite being in 3 counties, we send it to Hamilton County. They're the main auditor. And basically this is just our budget going forward. You can see in board docs where any updates were made or changed. You will see when you look at it, as we discussed this evening a couple of times, that there's multiple funds within the school district when we're talking about our main operating account and where primarily tax revenue goes. That's our 001, which is our general fund. You can see that has been lowered by $300,000. That was actually because of cuts to budget that we made because of the November failure. So that is represented there. And you can see most of them are lower. The ones that are higher are accounts that are what we'd consider either a grant or cash accounts. So they are funded by revenue coming in. So that is not taxpayer money. Any questions on that? Okay. So 7.8, again, this is something that we are required to do every year. So this is the tax rates that are sent to us by the auditor and the budget commission. So this is our local property tax revenue, and this is what they anticipate that would be for this upcoming year. That is reflected within our 5-year forecast. We do it a little bit differently because we know no matter how, no matter what district it is, there are going to be some delinquencies. So we do look at historical trends on that. Just one thing to point out to you on that, if you look at the rates on there, that is the full voted millage. That is not our effective millage. Again, a little bit of education on that is when a levy is passed and as home values increase in the district, the actual millage decreases over time. That's called your effective millage. So those numbers are the actual voted millage. The bond millage actually is regularly changed over time by the auditor, and that will go away in 2024. So just a FYI on that.
Okay.
So
Anything unexpected in this that you got from him?
No, not at all. So 7.9 and 7.10 are relatively similar, but we'll touch upon 7.9 first. So this is the refund of full day kindergarten and preschool tuition for the month of May. We discussed at our last board meeting to refund half of March and all of April for both of these programs. The reason why was because we cannot necessarily support what they were originally intended to be. We are still providing services as best we can to those particular individuals. We do have a half-day kindergarten program and a full-day kindergarten program. Again, Dr. Krause could speak more intelligently to this than I can, but our full-day kindergarten does not necessarily have anything extra special or above and beyond what our half-day kindergarten is doing currently. So we did not necessarily see it as something that we should be charging a fee for. Preschool, again, we just did not see that that was an area that we should be charging tuition at this point in time. We really do firmly believe that a lot of the gain in preschool is social and emotional. So it's interacting with one another, and we are not able to interact so well with one another at this point in time. So this is basically just a continuation from what we did in April, since the governor had made the decision to close school buildings after our last board meeting. So any particular questions on that?
No, I would say I know you didn't mean it this way. You said afternoon kindergarten isn't doing anything like above and beyond or special. I know that you didn't mean it in a way of there isn't value in it. It's just similar to what you said with the preschool. The social emotional piece is missing then, and we can't provide that from home.
Correct. Yeah, I apologize if I, as a numbers person trying to talk about instructional goals and things like that.
I'm working on them, Eileen. I'm trying.
Yeah.
That's why I said I know he didn't mean it that way. So I just wanted to clarify.
In the home environment, we're providing that basic instruction, but they're not lunch and doing those additional things. There is additional enrichment, of course, while they're with us. We just weren't able to replicate that in a full day program remotely.
Yes.
We also discussed on the full day kindergarten and the preschool that these are students whose parents were able to work or do whatever they needed to do based on the fact that their children were in school. And now that they are not in school, they're incurring costs that are not, they may be incurring childcare costs, they may be incurring costs to their career, having the children at home, not having them in the school building. And so it also seemed unfair to charge them tuition for time that they're not getting.
Correct. Thank you. All right, so 7.10, 7.10. This is a recommendation to refund high school and middle school pay to participate fees for spring athletics. As Mr. Portune has already brought up, the Ohio High School Athletic Association has made the decision to cancel spring sports after the decision by the governor. I mean, if you have any questions about that, please let me know. I think it seems natural at this point in time that we would be refunding for those particular areas since they're not able to compete or be a part of those teams.
The only thing that I would note is that in at least one of the communications I received, a person asked when the fee would be refunded, or they were willing to have that fee be a credit for next year. And I believe that you had indicated that there was an issue with that with the athletic department. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we discussed that at length with the athletic department, and their preference would be that they would be refunding it. There's multiple different reasons. You know, when we're looking at sports, I was an athlete in high school and chose not to play a sport one year, and so you would have had to refund what I paid in general. So there's a lot of bookkeeping in that particular case. One thing as well is with the previous failure in November and now the failure in March, there is going to be an increase to the pay to participate fees. And so we would still be going out requiring individuals to be sending in the difference between what their credit was versus what the new actual fee is. And so athletics preferred that we would just kind of cut off that at this point in time, send back money that is due to individuals, and then cross that bridge next year once we're actually in sports. Again, maybe even to somewhat Mr. Portun's earlier question, we just don't really know what the fall is going to look like at this point in time as well. And so we just think it is the best idea, and especially the athletic department thinks it's the best idea just to refund those funds.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those are all your items. Mr. Hawley, did you have anything else to discuss with us?
No, I did not. And actually, if you look at the agenda, it does show that there was a motion on 7.9 and 7.10 individually, and that was not intended to be that way. So
Okay. Okay, so what I have in front of us is a motion that has been made and seconded to approve treasure items 7.1 through 7.10. Any other discussion or questions?
No.
No.
All right, Mr. Hawley, can we vote on that, please?
yes. Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Ms. Pettit,
Yes.
Mr. Portun,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thanks, Mr. Hawley. Time for a drink of water after that report, I think. We now move on to the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. There is a list of agenda items for Human Resources in your agenda, and it would be appropriate to have a motion to approve the resolutions, including resignations and employment for certified, classified, homebound, substitute, and supplemental positions for the 2019-2020 school year.
Move.
I see Mrs. Washburn moving and Mr. Portun seconding. Mrs. Wiley, do you have any additional report for us on that?
I do not have any additions from when we submitted the agenda. However, I wanted to just make mention that, several of the resignations due to people moving out of state, taking jobs elsewhere, have reduced the number of staff members that we will need to RIF as a result of the failure. So that, that always makes us feel better, because we don't want to lose anybody. We want everyone to be employed, and so it makes us feel a little better about the outcome. But there are no additional additions. So if you don't have any questions, or if you do have questions, now's the time to ask them.
Any questions or comments?
No. Lauren, what's
Not
here?
yet.
Since you mentioned the riffing, Mrs. Wiley, I will just make note that there will be discussions in May concerning changes in employment based on cuts that will need to be made. So those discussions and resolutions will come in May.
Correct. We're hoping to bring them forward in the first meeting in May for the resolutions for reduction in force, the resolution for suspending transportation, and the reductions in the classified staff as well. We'd like to do those at the first, and then the second meeting in May would also be contract recommendations. First meeting in May, administrators, we're hoping to have the administrator contract recommendations and realignment, so we can work through all that in the next 11 days.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I don't see any other questions or discussion. So Mr. Hawley, can we vote on that?
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes.
Ms. Pettit,
Yes.
Mr. Portun,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Oh, I'm muted, sorry. Any other business that needs to come before us before we enter into, before we entertain a motion to enter into executive session?
I just make a quick comment that I meant to say at the beginning,
Yes.
just saying that, acknowledging that this election was obviously difficult for everybody in that it was very different and unexpected, and we've had to pivot a lot. But I do, even though it didn't turn out the way that we wanted, I want to thank everybody for going out there, I guess, out to their mailboxes and voting to have their voices heard. And we acknowledge, or at least I acknowledge, we have a lot of work ahead of us to move forward and do what's best for our students, our community, our staff, and just everybody who's affected and involved. So it's a process, and we'll all get there together.
Thank you. I would just ask at this point, when we have a motion to go into executive session, I would just note that the Zoom meeting, I believe, will be suspended while we go into another type of meeting that can be executive session, and the Zoom meeting will be resumed after executive session. I do not believe that there will be any action taken, but the Zoom meeting will be, it will still be live when we come back and adjourn.
Right, so we won't be in the meeting. The meeting will stay. There'll just be a sign that says we're in executive session.
All right, so then do we all need to leave this meeting at this point after we do executive session? Okay, so what I would entertain at this time is a motion to go into executive session. I see Ms. Pettit waving, and I think I saw Mrs. Washburn's hand there. So that was a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So any opposed? Okay, I believe I heard 4 ayes. So I have us going into executive session at 8:36. And we will leave this meeting.
Ned, are we the only ones here?
No, everybody's
Oh,
except for Kathy.
Everybody's here for Kathy.
There's Kathy.
Do I see that everyone is back in the meeting?
yes.
I believe so.
Okay. I appreciate your patience. We have returned from executive session. Time I have is 10:06 p.m. We were in executive session as per our meeting agenda that was in board docs. And I do not believe there is any other business that needs to come before this board. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I move.
Ms. Pettit moved and I
One
see
second.
Fortune waving, so Mr. Fortune seconded. To adjourn. Mr. Hawley, can we call the roll on that? Just because we're back in a funny system here.
Yep. Mr. Portune,
Yes.
Mrs. Washburn,
Yes.
Dr. Lorenz,
Yes,
Ms. Pettit.
Yes.
All right.
motion carried. I have this meeting adjourned at 10:07. Thank you all.
Night.
Thank you.
Good night.